Hello everyone, this is Jersey Lee Z, you may call me Lee. And we're back here with the return of the great departed soul. Which I'm pretty sure is just a reference to Kazuma. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual case, unless the guy's not dead. Like, I think the guy might also not be dead. Because we haven't seen the body either, right? Like, only forensics has seen the body, maybe... Oh, you know, if it is the autopsy lady. If it is the autopsy lady, she could just be lying. You know? She could just be lying. Read Shakespeare's blowing on pipes that feed to an engineer. President of the U.S. At this time was Willie McKinley. He wins his second term in 1900 before being killed a year later. Well, very unfortunate circumstances for him, but I am simply built different because I am, you know, a lawyer from Japan in the UK. So I'm nowhere near where that guy is. And hello. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. Still messy as fuck. You need to learn how to clean up. At least a little bit. Please. Please. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever or some unknown reason.
Oh, yeah. He's a lying piece of shit. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That he was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. That specifically. Not that he, you know, lied to me. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Huh. What do you have to do with that, though? The International Forensic, that's the symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. What promise?
Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Especially all of the secrets, because I'm tired of people keeping secrets from me.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. Oof.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Yeah, he's literally here, though. He's literally still here. Giselle Brett. Oh yeah, she's fucking dead! I forgot about her. Back in Britain. Team Fortress Ace Attorney collab? If only. I say if only like I've ever actually played TF2. My brother does, though.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
That awful trial? Oh yeah. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? There were pictures included. Honestly, I think you're much more handsome than Runo is. No offense, Runo, but Susie does pull it off better than you. Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. No, but you slayed, girl. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Rona?
Yeah, I suppose so. Haha. Probably would have looked handsome.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false moustache, maybe.
Honestly, Iris, I'm pretty sure if you went up with your 2 PhDs, no one would stop you. No one would fucking stop you. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. What's that thing she's wearing? It's a little cap to protect her hair buns, I guess. It looks kind of silly. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Nato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it.
The Baskerville, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
Damn, he can write, he can read, he can draw. He can be Mr. Theater Kid. What else can't he do? I guess have confidence in himself.
I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then? I guess he was involved in that shit.
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. And thank God, I'm so sick and tired of people keeping secrets from me. Forensic Science Symposium. Yeah, what are you doing here for that? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Oh, do you count as an investigative authority?
Yes! And from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited.
Oh. Oh, the fucking badass motherfucker judge that can throw a bitch.
It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes. His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. You should probably know the name of the judge that preceded your trial. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder.
Yeah, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Even though I haven't had a job in 6 months. And listen, Iris's cooking is great and all, but it would be nice to go to some, sushi place out there. It would be nice to have a little taste of home.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
Doesn't Jigoku mean hell? If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Very intimidating man.
Oh, well anyway. As Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yeah, about the symposium. Seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. He's actually late to his meetings. Can you believe it? That man. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results,
You'll get the job of Attorney General.
Not to push forensic science, but to, like, get a promotion? The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution.
I don't know. Sounds like some fucking propaganda to me.
That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Sounds like some fucking Damon Gant shit. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. That's crazy. He's like, you know, I did contemplate many things while that man was rambling for 5, 7, 11 hours.
How trying for you.
Yeah, about that bitch. So she's dead? That's crazy. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. And also, you know, Iris's dad dying, but who cares, I guess. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
What? Why? Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Oh, it's an alias. Right. It didn't exist, but how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. It was a front.
Wait. Like, Shin? Is she fucking Japanese? A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her.
Huh.
Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan.
Wait, wasn't that one of the names from the cipher? Like the Morse code, the Japanese Morse code at the end of the last case in the first game?
It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. Well, what could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed by a fucking reporter of all people. Well, all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
A-Shin. What on earth was she? What could the A stand for? Sheen. I don't know. And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Because it's one of the names that they said at the end of the... in the Morse code shit. Yeah, what about Kazuma? You know, sometimes I feel like he's still around me somewhere, but I guess that's just his spirit, right? His spirit that is disconnected from his body because he's currently occupied eating Pop-Tarts or some shit.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Wait, what the fuck did I give this guy? I forgot what voice I gave this guy. Oh, right, the fucking reporter voice. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. And that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Probably nothing. Did her dad shut him up? Your dad's sus.
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived.
Because there's no fucking body! He's still alive! I'm telling you, bro. I'm fucking telling you.
It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Because he's not fucking dead! He's not dead! I've never been wrong! I have been wrong. But, like, I was not wrong here. It was not copium. All the bullying that I endured. It's true! He's literally alive! Did Professor Mikotama know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? What is this feeling of hope? No, it's no good to feel hope. Rinosuke, you have to let go. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Because he wasn't fucking dead! Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
Please! It's too much hope! Please! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Listen, I'm also very fucking torn up about this. I don't know how to process this.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remembered it clearly.
You're right. Okay, were you there? But you didn't investigate the body. He was just laying there. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. I mean, it seems like he is very sneaky. For a very stupid man, he is very, very sneaky.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I think it's to hide him. Like, he has some fucking ulterior motive to stay hidden, right? I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
Yeah, me too, girly. Me too.
I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato, fucking same, girl. Ain't no way. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. And, you know, I'm gonna cling to that profusely. I'm honestly not gonna let that go. So I probably shouldn't push it now. I'm gonna cling to that hope like it's the only thing keeping me alive right now.
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. We just have to worry about burning the place down. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death, too, if you ask me. Yeah, but you're gonna die of fucking, carbon monoxide poisoning, my guy. Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. Tea! Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what little cake or something on the side can do. Basically drowning it out. I just need like seven spoons of sugar. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. You would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. I love sweets. And upside of modern heating, you don't have to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. See, my house is ancient, so I still have to worry sometimes. Thinking back, the spade's been in there since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. Yeah, we even have a ladder in here, but it's not a step ladder, so we can't have the step ladder argument. See, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Mr. Zato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. Meaning reading the same papers over and over again because I haven't had a client in 6 months. What year is my house built? No fucking idea. Like, probably a century ago. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Honestly, she should be the lawyer here. But, sexism. Tragedy. I see your daughter-ma still has only one eye filled in. Yeah, because I don't think I've fulfilled Kazuma's dream because I still don't know what it is. But, since he's alive, and I'm going to cling to that, since he's alive, I'm just gonna ask him whenever I find him. Well, we agreed that it's something we'd do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Oh, yeah, Iris is here. I forgot. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yeah, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. Now they're just friends. Kind of my only friends for the past 6 months, other than Iris and Cholmes. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. I didn't make them. Their prawn parents made them, and I probably ate those.
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's own notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it the Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Yeah, that's something she still hasn't told anyone about. Yeah, you said you're not keeping secrets anymore, Susato. What's your deal? Girly?
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. What, just because I'm 10, people are keeping secrets from me? I have 2 PhDs!
Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain it one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh, shit.
Oh!
I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something in his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What?
My Baskerville story?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? Was it the manuscript, or was it, like, case files for the actual case? I have no idea. Well, when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I've asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. Secretive fucking bitch. That's why I'm telling the truth today. I hate my dad. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it. But still, I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Why couldn't you tell us that, though?
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie, even if it took you 6 months. Perhaps more.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. The disturbing happenings being that someone got knocked out and Sholmes is pretending to be a statue, yes. So you're finally abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yeah, conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. You know what? Slay. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yeah. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. But, please don't, Susato, take down everyone on the way.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? Iris, can't you do it? I don't know if I trust, like, her luck. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck, then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Okay. She needs the herbs for her experimental tea. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong.
It's sale day.
Here, what about like this stuff? Do you want to look at this crossbow, Susato?
This used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yeah, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
Oh, actually? No, really?
If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruto, there's only a 30% chance that you won't die. I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away.
Quite confident, you say. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head?
Yes. It is Robin Tell. Or Robin... no.
What was it called? Is it William Tell? Is William Tell the one with the apple? I don't know. I'm mixing up Robin Hood and William Tell, but like, is William Tell the apple guy? About this paper, Mrs. Otto.
Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know?
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London when it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought, then.
Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. You know, once they clear everyone for continuing. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zeeks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far. Also, the guy got attacked. Do you see the back? It's kind of crazy. Sorry, I'm yawny today. I slept a little late.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes' suite is just as it was when I left. It's exactly the same.
I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu, putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet in the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Like, listen, I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. You should worry more about Herlock Sholmes, you know? Okay, I think everything's the same, so I don't think there's anything new.
Do you know, I don't believe we've visited this place for some time.
Yeah, let's go visit, why not? Oh, hello. You! Oh, I know it for a fact. You're the fucking lady! You're Courtney, what's her face? Courtney Seeth. What is that even? What's the pun? I don't know. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Oh, she's kind of hot. The young champion of the court. You have some success in the morning, I understand.
And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
That man is overworked. Why does the prosecutor have to give a fucking emergency briefing? Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in.
Yeah, how did you buy that?
The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
Oh, thank God it's later, because I feel like your team is also corrupt. It's scrap metal now, is it? It's evidence, man.
Until later, then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you.
What is her deal? She looks very, very killery. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case.
Oh, for sure. For sure! For sure she's in on it. If not the killer. If there is a killer, I don't know, the man might not be dead.
She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of this trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Well, good for you, man. At least you're on top of your shit. What exactly is the forensic investigation team you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer.
I think you're getting duped, man.
I first created the forensics investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago. That fucking... the artist case with the prisoner. The prisoner, he's like the center of all this, or something. He's like a big player in it.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
That's not very, partial of you. Thanks for the voice acting. No problem. I love doing the funny voices.
I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. And you kinda fucked up that honor yesterday, bitch. Look at those eyes. He means every word. I think he's getting duped, though. By Dr. Sith. Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable coroner. Damn, I can't believe she's a Sith Lord. She's, you know, murdered the women and the children, too. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. She is kinda hot, I'm not gonna lie. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
What gives you that impression? Where did you hear that? Unhear it now. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba really, very well. He's an ex, but, you know, we're on good terms. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Damn, he left the year you were born? What a fucking shit, Dad. God damn. Hold on, do we have him here? No, we don't. Look at her. Look at her. She's so evil. Fucking bohemian boy. We don't even list his actual name anymore. My parents not showing up to the birth type beat. Hello, everyone. I wish we had a profile for her dad. I just wanted to see the age difference. They're probably around the same, right? Like, assuming, like, I don't know, 25 over... Like, assuming he was, like, average 25, right? 31, 41. Okay, so, like, Strongheart's probably still older, but... Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoko accompanied him as a young, promising judge. First name is male, bit on the nose, huh? Yeah. Like... I don't know if he's evil or if he's just getting duped. I genuinely don't know. Like, it might be like, oh, he's evil in that he goes too extreme with the whole justice shtick. Something about, Maelstrom? Yeah, probably. What the fuck? The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Punctiliousness? Speak normal. I fucking hate British people. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens. They're so all in on it together.
Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. Okay, she's 39. But I've no doubt that they knew each other, superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
He left? I'm sorry. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on.
Your daughter was just born. You fuck off to England for 6 years, and you don't even bring your family along? What a piece of shit. St. Sinner's, why in the South Park did they give a hospital that name? I think it's a real hospital, because they mentioned Bart's, like St. Bartholomew's, which is a real hospital it's like the famous hospital in London. So St. Sinner's is probably also a real hospital.
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
Oh, was your mom dead? So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. What a fucking deadbeat dad. Fuck that guy.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
The line of her being born 16 years ago confirms she was born in 1884. Do we have confirmation that this takes place in 1900 exactly? Saint Sinner sounds oxymoronic. Oh, yeah. Now that you say it, yeah, it does. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time.
The foster system is brutal. Naruhodo-san.
Yeah, about Lord Van Zeeks, is he, like, okay? I know he said he's fine, but, like, he got attacked. Also, like, who's that hunk with him, huh? I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
Professor.
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. It kinda just fell into my lap, honestly. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Zeeks was murdered. It was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh, so it's not that he's the Reaper, his dead brother is the Reaper. Damn, that's crazy.
Oh my word.
So Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Damn, that's crazy. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh. So he was like, you know, a chipper, normal dude in college, which is what Albert knows. And then his brother died right as he graduated, and then he became that bitch. That's some JoJo shit. That's some Scooby-Doo shit. It could be both, you know? According to the Ace Attorney FanWiki timeline, this game does take place in 1900. Mentions Susato being born in 1884. I don't know, like... I feel like that's maybe just an estimate, right? Like, based on technological advancements, but they also take creative liberties with shit, right? So it's like it's a toss-up, really. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. What the fuck is a science? What the fuck is a kilometer? Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation.
Yeah, but she's sus.
But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up.
That was much more than 7 minutes, I feel, sir.
You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
What is science, and why are people so obsessed with science? Yeah, what happened to the magentas and the other color? Yellow? Is it just yellow? I always feel so nervous here. I should love to ask if I could borrow some books, but I just can't. Prison. Don't believe we have any business that would require a visit here just at the moment. But Kazuma's there! Come on, Susato, let me in! Let me in!
Okay, let's go to prison. Oh my god. Do I have any math nerds in the chat? What the fuck does he mean? What the fuck?
Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
Who gave this man chalk? And he's still writing more now. Professor! Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotoma. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened.
What?
What wouldn't have happened?
No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Yeah, no shit. What?
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you no apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised I would in court this morning.
Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. I forgot to carry the 4.
Talking to the wrong guy, can't even do basic math past anything above 100 to save your life. Yeah, mood. Calculating the arc trajectory of something. Yeah, like there's straight up just a fucking like Pythagorean triangle bullshit on there.
Like, what? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis?
Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
What? Those are formulas, brother. Who's reading that shit? Your autobiography.
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Hey, yo, what do you fucking mean? I can't believe how you were, attending a fucking P. Diddy party? Like, you were diddled and fiddled? What the fuck? What do you mean by that?
I've found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see?
Oh my god.
So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? The autobiography of Hairbrain. The bunch of math equations in the beginning of the book is just him being in Diddy City. Diddy City sounds like Party City, but like in preparation for a Diddy party. Which is just, to say it is a store filled entirely, shelves lined with baby oil,
Yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them.
What? Can you stop saying it like that? What do you fucking mean? Wait, hold on. I can take No, fuck. I wanted to screenshot. God damn it.
By Asmin and that aloof engineer, Drebber.
I wanted to screenshot. God damn it. We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Can we leave? God damn it. This morning's trial.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
Is that a smudge on my screen? No, that's just like a weird... Why is there one spot on his head that is like differently colored? Is that like a bald spot? No, of course you didn't. Please stop saying it, mate. Filled with other diddles, including Max Galactica and Ventriloquist. I'm sorry, hold on. You included the puppet? That's crazy.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not.
True.
Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor. Hey, this man has more accountability than like 95% of not VTubers, YouTubers. This guy is the man that says the numbers, Mason. What do they mean? No, I think he's Mason. I'm asking the numbers, Mason. What do they mean? I think he knows. It's just that he doesn't get it right all of the time.
He believed in me this morning, Barrack did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, I think he was being nice. I think he was trying to, make a case that would also protect his hypothesis because he's like, oh, this is my old friend. I do need to send him to jail, but
I can at least give him glory in that, like, he figured out how to teleport.
No, Barrack wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he? Imagine being out-dudied by a literal puppet. That's Max Galactica and Ben and Trill quiz for you. Yeah.
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Meaning? He wanted to protect you, or protect your science.
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
Feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. Sorry, my man.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque... Baroque? I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis as complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
That's so fucking crazy to think. I mean, he did take in Kazuma, question mark?
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but that's his job. That's just the game, honey. Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? I mean, as we've established, he's not the Reaper, it's his dead ghost brother. If he even is dead!
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
Probably, yeah. Sorry to say, that does seem likely, yeah.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
Oh, I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some straight stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
Oof. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. I don't know, man. Just a trap door and, like, a good cushion at the bottom. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it.
So real. The state of the world.
Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
Hey, man. I hate capitalism, too. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmon's no more, of course. You know, assuming she didn't just report on a wax model. Which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmon first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any
inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge.
Why the fuck is he an illusionist then? Hobby?
There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
Maybe he's just really good at research, man. I see.
But that wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We've only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else.
Maybe he'll be at the forensic lab. Who knows?
Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
You only visited it once? Over the course of building the thing? You bitch. You're a fucking idiot. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Where's his hideout, dude? Show me where the engineer is! I see you've been to Drebber's place of work, then.
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Oh, as a scientist, I was so fucking peeved, man.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all.
Weren't you there?
I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
And that wasn't fucking suspicious to you? He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mrs. Hato? Ode machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that.
Ode machine. I think it's really funny because, also means just water. So, like, means, like, fragrance. I mean, it's like, you know, fragrance in terms of, like, in terms of this, you know? Like perfume. But it's like saying water of machine.
I don't suppose you know even a part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure you never have.
Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look.
What the fuck? Why would he? What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Oh, well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. There's gotta be a secret to it, yeah. Minus, plus. Oh, hello. this dark smudge here?
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yeah, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported by very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain here in Britain. I think they said it's from, like, the Principality of Cadopia or something. It seems like they, you know, they make ink out of it usually, but they can also make machine oil, I guess. What type of business doesn't include the address on their business card? Or at least some kind of contact, you know?
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expected that's just because there's such a tiny amount here. I don't know. I feel like that's dense enough. Okay, thanks, man. Let's go to the experimentation stage. You know, all this business of, like, hiding bodies. Like, it makes me wonder if Sholmes and Courtney and, like, Strongheart in general are, like, in cahoots. Because they're all collectively hiding something from people. Oh, hi, Gina. Doggy! Sorry, Susato. Hold on. There's a fucking doggy.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. This is kind of like 1% of the population, though.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Kind of a talent of mine. You know, turning full off. Full autopilot.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto.
I think, like, is that canonically why we black screen in between areas? He's just turning off the brain until we get there. That's crazy. That's crazy. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh wait, no. There you are. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Gina is getting mercilessly kissed by that dog. Warm greetings to you. Do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Connect the card to a voltage? Perhaps. Like, but why? You know, why? A problem needs more gun. Sometimes you need a little less gun? No. This is America, baby. We need more gun. Not you, sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at his side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Gina is having a blast. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Really? Oi, get over here, Gina! Doggy! Look at the doggy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, we didn't tell you. Yeah, she's a cop now. Isn't it crazy? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me.
Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean? Are you retiring? Listen, I know your hair is gray, but I didn't think you were retirement age, man. By which I know you're not. You're fucking 45, my man.
I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
Wait, actually? Wait, what? It's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you gonna be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Ha ha ha! Not likely. Well, you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. Don't you think my voice is suited to the French language? Je m'appelle Inspector Gregson.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand, why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted.
So what, you're undercover in France?
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
Wait. Gina? What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'd become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. Not that she ever stopped.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. Sure. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Puppy!
Show me the fucking puppy, Gregson!
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
I feel like she should know. You know? She should have an option to move to fucking France, of all places, man. No, of course not.
I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least.
Aw, he's a good dad.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Fucking bitch! Alright, you heard the boss.
Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
She's so cute, man. Suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris, even though I feel like she should know. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
A puppy! Oh! Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
Toby! Oh my goodness!
Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable.
Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest.
Puppy!
Why did that flip? What? Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, it's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Yes, Toby. Very much more important than work. I agree. Look at his tail wagging. That is a happy boy.
Wow. The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up this, Suze.
Oh.
It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that rack.
What's it called again? Reason we aren't supposed to touch it. A special dispensation for scientific equipment act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What they called again? The forensic something.
The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? How are you a cop?
That's the one, yeah.
But it is, isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know.
We already talked to fucking Strongheart, though. She's 16, to be fair. Yeah, but, like... yeah, but, like... How? Like, you would think she would go through... I don't know, at least intern shit first. Where her job is just to get people their cup of tea. But, no, she's like a full-on investigator?
What was his name again? Lord Strange something?
Girl, that's your boss. That's your boss.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
Gregson pulled some strings, which is crazy considering he also recently got into trouble for his fucking, like, colluding with criminals thing.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Aye? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cubs office and came back sniveling.
Tragic. I guess he also got the explanation.
Well, Lord Strongheart has been given permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing.
Oh, yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
Are you sure? Because his little newspaper is endless.
So, you're still saying this is all above board, aren't ya?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
It really would be tragic.
Alright then, Emsa says. Off you go.
Can you bring back the dog? I want to see the dog again.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
I'm going to BRB real quick. Just going to go to the bathroom. So, BRB. I return. Alright. Whoop. Yeah, about today's trial, girly.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending all the time worrying I'm about to be found out.
Being there as a witness and not as the culprit? That's crazy.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and that has made things hard for me every single time and all.
I'm just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. Something that the Germans say, like Schadenfreude or something. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. Isn't he a client, though?
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Oh, come on, man. Believe in them till the end.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cub, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
What was... Oh, fucking Duncan or something. I don't know. Oh, Drebber.
Mr. Drebber, you mean. Enoch Drebber. So it had the k sound, and it has an N, it has a k, and it has a D.
That's basically the same as what I said.
That's the one, yeah.
You remember nothing, Gina. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Yes, they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache.
Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Nah. That man's, stomach is built for that. I don't think he eats anything else.
Engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes but don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that Scowling Reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood red plonk.
Plonk?
Plonk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always at it in for me, that cub. I don't know what he's on. What he's always scowling about, mine.
Probably his dead brother.
Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
Should rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guzzling demigod, demigod is a strong word, man. You're equally badly off with both. Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, would Gregson share his fries, is the thing.
I suppose you're right. I ain't thought of it like that.
Yeah, glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on. So they're stuck.
Detectives need the nutrition. Yeah, and she's also a detective now. So, would he share? They're infinite. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Yeah, are you gonna tell us about the dog? Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Hey! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto!
Slight overreaction, don't you think? I mean, you called him a mutt.
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how'd they put it?
his baby. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Boo! Boo! So, like, Toby's the missile of this game, I take it. Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to ye.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Yeah.
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing.
Yeah, German Shepherds.
They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
And drugs. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
That's fucking nasty, dude.
Huh. That's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto.
Oh, really?
Gotta know what the boss said.
She's fucking holding him out like a fucking assault rifle, man.
Once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? That's what you had a hang up on, man?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the points by rather a wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit. They're doing their bit for the police in future.
Gina not weirding out to that is very Gina. Listen, she's seen like much crazier shit in the East End.
Yes, I agree.
Right? On one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around.
Oh god, she's a furry.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about it, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
So he's not even trained! There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Girl, he's not even trained! Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go?
Looking for this, Otto?
What'd you do with that?
Wonder he got anything else to show me, eh? What you reckon?
Give it back first, please.
You know, fun.
About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment.
Oof.
I only know A to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
I mean, it starts with E. So...
Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
You and that pupper need to get rabies shots. Yeah.
Eh? How come? This is a dirty old smudge on the back, is all.
It turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say! Let's have a whiff, then. I don't fucking smell nothing. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right, you mean Toby. Come on, Toby.
Hell yeah, Toby. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrine informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cub's workshop?
That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping.
All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, what did you... Wants a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week.
Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Fuck Inspector Gregson.
Poor Gregson. This is why he's transferring, bro.
Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer cover right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. Afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Isn't there people on guard right there? All right. Oh well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
Girl.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. You know, it is interesting that the oil is being imported from France and Gregson is being exported to France.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
They can fix it. Yeah, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. The gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse.
That's true. Maybe he was blindfolded so that he doesn't realize he's on a boat, not a carriage. I kind of doubt that. Listen, the man is a little dense for a scientist, but I think even he would notice the sound of, like, crashing waves and stuff, you know? I kind of doubt that it's in France.
I think perhaps there was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down upon all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. It was with Kazuma. I have faith in him. Animations in my Ace Attorney game?
The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really only been looking forward to the great... you've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato?
Oh, yes! When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Madame to spells. Hey, Sholmes, you in here? Doing your thing? Oh, the, comatose man is no longer here.
Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. Ooh, I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. Same.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Shums anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Interesting. Unless he's right here! Oh no, I guess not.
Ah, there's a stepladder there.
Oh shit! Here it is. Oh, yeah, a stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? So fucking dumb. This is one of the stupidest fucking running gags in this entire series. The stepladder versus ladder argument. It doesn't make any sense.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. It could perhaps even kill him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. I could demonstrate.
Stepladder gag.
Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. No, 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 no way. Fuck that. Hey, is his arm better? That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
I mean, actually, this jury was, like, entirely new, really. Yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. Don't yell at me. Oh, I could kill this bitch. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act.
I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. You never know an Ace Attorney, man.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely?
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse, peddling criminal wares.
Uniformed officers can't jury? Listen, this is before that rule. Aha, we have a new theory! Okay, I guess not here for now. We'll be back. Let's go here. Let's go meet very suspicious autopsy mommy. I believe this is it, Dr. Sith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. Ah, yes, the good old smell of formaldehyde. I'll never fucking forget it. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. I don't know, it's kind of aesthetic.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. I'm sure Susato would have liked Madame Dispel. Well, probably. She'll probably meet her, like, eventually, yeah. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here.
Oh, yes. And they actually say salt and pepper on them.
Oh god, she's eating the bodies.
The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
The meals are the bodies. She just takes a nibble of the ear sometimes, you know? Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. I'm sure that's not sanitary. That can't be sanitary. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It's the context. They exist within the context.
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You get used to the formaldehyde smell, like, very, very quickly, after, like, a couple days. You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Yes. Both of those. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home? No, they're organs, my guy. What? What?
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever.
Oh!
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors, or umeboshi. Aren't they? Right?
Of course. Please don't eat it, though. Like, that would... Please don't. I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk.
Ugh. I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. It is much unlike your desk. Covered in papers everywhere, strewn about.
The lighting's poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Nah. You just name the skeleton. That's probably like Jimothy.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. The Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? I'm not gonna talk about the skeleton.
You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto.
I have nothing to say. Some things are better left unseen. Miss Susato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I didn't know you were such a pussy bitch.
Birds.
It looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
They're taxidermy. They're taxidermy, Naruto-san. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto.
Ugh. I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead.
I don't know. It seems pretty aesthetic of her. Is there nothing else in this fucking room? It's just like, we peep at her shit and then we leave? That's kind of crazy. Wait. Here. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? Let me guess. They bought a fucking wax figure. What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
I mean, that's pretty standard for this. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels in a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? It's money laundering or something. I don't know.
What are you doing?
Get the fuck out of my office. Sorry! Oh, hello. Oh, pretty theme. Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings. What, on Lord Strongheart's advice. That fucking loudmouth. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
What is in your hair? I feel unsafe. I feel like she's got weapons in her hair. Like knitting needles that are sharpened to a point that can stab me at any moment. She's got the Asclepius, like, the caduceus fucking snake staff. Your findings.
So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene?
Oh, shit. I've never seen someone hold an autopsy report.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
Huh. But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
They look like vine stands to me. Yeah, but it wouldn't be the first time we've seen, you know, vine stands used for murder purposes. Sith makes you feel things, of course. She is the autopsy mommy.
Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared, and the man who subsequently reappeared, was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, They will be used as an investigative aid, as a matter of course.
She looks like an alt universe of... Fuck, what was her name? I think it was like Naomi something from the Trauma Center series. And she also kinda did autopsies, so... In Trauma Team.
Oh my, but that would mean... that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
I'm pretty sure she's lying. Also, she has the snake coiling around her arm. It's just like my ring. Twinsies.
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. I doubt. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. This makes you feel, oh hell no. Oh my god. Wait, Mama? Hold on.
Mama, what is this?
Where'd she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? She's certainly a mommy, but I guess she's also a mother.
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh no, she's taken. You don't know. You don't know. Maybe her husband's dead. Maybe she never had one. Maybe this is a test tube baby. She seems the type, you know?
Oh.
Hello. To meet you? Pleased to meet you? Yeah, I'm a defense lawyer.
Mama?
Wait. Ryunosuke Naruho...
Mama? Yes?
Can I cut this one up?
Oh, oh no! Oh, she's a psycho! You have a psycho child! Oh no! Wait! Wait! Hold on, girl! Girl, you gotta rein your daughter in. Oh no, oh fuck no. What? Those are not... Those are not for autopsies! That's not for autopsies!
I've never seen inside an Easton person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. We don't cut up live people, okay?
Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience. Why does she have a plague doctor mask?
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Corpse?
Then let's leave before mistaken for one. I'm out of here. Ain't no way. Yeah, can we fucking talk? What was that about? So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Usato. It's a little harsh. It hurts a little bit.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
She's scary, but in like the hot way.
It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it?
Wait. No, I can't present anything. Wait, where else do I go? Do I have any new evidence to, like, present to people? No. Where the fuck? Where do I go now? No? Hi. Do you... Where do I fucking go? Strong heart! No? Let me in! Let me in! Wait, like, actually, what do I do? Okay, the only place that has someone I can present evidence to is prison, so let's go here and just present a bunch of fucking shit, I guess. Professor, do you recognize this?
Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after, but I think he did get, you know, shoved into a bleeding body.
I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming.
Right.
And then, when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it.
Bruh.
Haha, it's that age-old problem faced by dravophiles in the world over, isn't it?
No. I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Professor Harebrain, what do you make of this?
Oh, yes, that's just what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it?
No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually.
Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science.
Alright. Keep your abundant hair on. This man's going bald by the end of the trial. If only there were Chronicle covers of lively people and noisy people. Oh, here we go.
Ugh, how could this have happened?
You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Towers was greatly damaged, too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. I guess I have to go to jail for it. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is.
For scientists, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Ugh. Is there anyone else I could fucking talk to, bro?
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yeah, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Anything? Nothing? The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it?
About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Your chest, not your legs?
Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, do we just go up from here? These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. God damn it. Hold on. Drinking water. Whoa.
Oh my! So this is the machine.
Yeah.
That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
It is very, West End dramatic. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. She knows both Imperial and Standard. It's so powerful. Yeah. So real. The best judicial assistant ever.
Oh, look, is that?
It's my man!
Lord Van Zieks?
Hi. Where's your buddy? Where's your, strong and silent, oh so mysterious, strangely attractive buddy? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We'll do well to keep our distance, I think. I don't want to get possessed by his dead brother.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Don't fucking jinx anything, my man. Hi. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
I don't know, probably not 10 years, man. Probably like however many years since his brother died, Lord Van Zieks. Ugh, what the fuck are you doing here? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Are you fucking kidding me? Don't waste my time. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. I'm brooding. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, why the fuck are you here then, bitch?
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet, you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about, especially about his, mysterious friend. And not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try.
Your brother Clint. Oof. We're just leading, like, guns a-blazing, huh? So... Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? I'm trying to put together a theory, because, like, there's gotta be a reason why Van Zeeks is so hostile towards, there's gotta be a reason he's so hostile towards Japanese people, and the only person I can think of is maybe Suzato's dad. You know? Because the killer that killed his brother is called the Professor. Suzato's dad is a professor in, you know, medical investigation. Like, it could be him, you know? And then Van Zeeks knows the truth, but he doesn't have enough evidence or something to convict him, so he just takes it out on any other, you know, Japanese person. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Kinda just fell into my hands, yeah. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. Ugh. None of you have respect for privacy. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? Oh god, are you gonna take the blame for... Are you gonna take the blame for your brother's death, like Edgeworth did with his dad? Is that what's happening here? Please don't. That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Yeah, lackluster working, bluffing my way through, yes. Ugh. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? I mean, you're involved in this case, and you were involved in that case, so there's probably a connection, right?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Oof. And he's not in the House of Horrors? Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular work has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork?
Wait! You mean...
Yeah, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. Okay, but like, Strongheart knows Mikotoba is the thing. Would they both be in on it? Or... I don't know. He's turned as white as a sheet. Which is crazy, because he's already very vampire-y. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who had straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So I was just wondering, I mean, it's, I realize it's probably not possible, but,
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Please. Please. We don't have any of the resources that the prosecution does. Please.
wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? Why the fuck not? Life is already so fucking weird. I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Okay, interesting. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Wait. Oh, okay, I see. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. Also, do you just carry, like, this photo of him around everywhere? It's kind of, something. It's kind of something, Van Zeeks. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means that we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Okay, Tsundere, whatever, man. What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Maybe that's the point. Ooh. Woo! Hi! Hello! Hold on. Let's see. I don't see anything else that would be relevant here other than maybe like the cross on his chest. I know that oh, you know his hair's white. I'm gonna the only other character that has that cross on his chest, I believe, is like Courtney and her daughter. I'm gonna put everything on the line. Whoa. This man is gaunt. Holy shit. I'm putting everything on the line. I'm saying that he is the father of her daughter. I'm saying that. I'm putting it all on the line for that. It's called evidence disclosure. It turns out talking to people is useful, Mr. Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks repels the gay. Listen, he is very busy, you know, deciding whether it's okay for him to pursue his assistant here when his assistant is very clearly involved with me. Hi, though. Hi. Hello, mysterious stranger. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. I feel like Susato sees through his bullshit. I feel like she knows. Ryunosuke knows, like instinctually, and Susato knows just because she's smart as hell. Like, she has to know. Are you alright?
Who is this man? Mr. Naruhodo.
He knows my smell. Yeah, he's familiar with that smell. It's the smell of Pop-Tarts. Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. But
Isn't he so... I don't know. There's something about him. Like, I'm still faithful to Kazuma, but... I feel like... he just feels the same. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zieks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him. Why? Come on, Van Zieks! You fucking know! Wait, does he know? Wait, he might not know. He might not actually know. No, but he's gotta know that he's Japanese, right? Come on, man. Don't fuck with me. No, he's leaving! Kazuma-sama! Oh, you fool! You fucking turned back! You fucking idiot! She fucking caught you, you moron! Ugh! Kazuma. I don't believe it.
Your posture. Your presence. It can only be... It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
Oh my god, no. No, he doesn't have amnesia. There's no fucking shot! There is no fucking way! No, 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 no. He doesn't have amnesia. He's just hiding, right? He's just in hiding, right? No, he can't have amnesia, because, like, why would he hide? Why would he hide, you know? No, he's hiding on purpose. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. Something strange that, you know, coiled in my gut. It was a very familiar feeling, but one that probably should not be happening in front of, you know, company. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you? Kazuma? Vomit? Not quite. Susato crushed that perception check, yeah. Like, Ryunosuke got the gist of it, but was like, I'm not sure. Like, I can't push it. I knew him biblically. Wait! Too late. Fucking come on! Oh, Van Zieks doesn't know! What's going on here? He doesn't fucking know. He really thought he just had an apprentice. I bet he was so excited to be able to teach someone. Oh no, and Kazuma's just using him. Kazuma's just using him as a hiding place. I can't. Oh no, the mental image of Van Zieks, not like visually, but being very emotionally excited to have an apprentice, and Kazuma's just here, just here to hide. I can't. I fucking can't. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, we do. In true theater gay fashion, Kazuma refuses to be outed so unglamorously. Yeah, for sure. It's gotta happen in a really dramatic moment in court, you know?
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left.
Oh, hold on.
I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Stronghearts introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. No, don't make me go against my boy, please. No, don't, no, I see it. I see the future. I see the future, Ace Attorney style. Don't make me fight my boy, no! No. There's no fucking shot. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. No, I don't fucking believe that. I don't fucking believe that. I think he's lying. He's fucking lying. Why else would he cover his fucking face? There's no fucking shot. It's just amnesia. There's no fucking way. There's no way.
He has amnesia.
No, he doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. No, don't make me fight my boy. No. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? I don't know why, but for some reason that's exhilarating to me. I feel like there's... Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, that could work. Actually, that could work. You can court him. Amnesia plot again. It's like the 4th time now. Listen! I think it's a fake out. I think it's a fake amnesia plot. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. I can't believe Van Zieks doesn't fucking know. I mean, unless he does know, but, like, honestly, it would be much funnier if he didn't. It would be so much funnier if he didn't. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. Because he doesn't actually have fucking amnesia! He's lying! When she called out Kazuma-sama. Come on, you fucking bitch. Look at my armband! I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. No, I do have a reason! I want to say, look, this is his fucking armband! God damn it! Susato channeled all of her girl bestie power. Ace Attorney, this is the 4th time you've shown amnesia to the class now. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. That's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times. Not something to flaunt. Oh, okay. Then I guess that's your brother's badge, right? The one that you're hiding on your lapel right now? No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Oh, shit! I got a fucking achievement for presenting it to him. That's crazy. They were like, oh, yeah. Like, that is a moment where you should show it to him. Inspirational roots. That's so interesting. Van Zieks lore
Rare. Okay. On to inspecting the machine, I guess.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
See, that's a fucking trap-ass door if I've ever seen one. Look at it. Look at it. It literally looks like it's meant to collapse in. And what they called the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had been opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Bum bum bum.
There's a fucking fly, like, that keeps going on my light, and it is annoying me to no end, and I cannot catch it. No matter how many times I try. Okay.
Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. There was one, like, there was one church that had, like, a roof like that. Nearby to, like, somewhere I frequented as a child. And I always thought that they were giant M&Ms. Or not M&Ms, what are they called? Hershey Kisses.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
A Japanese building with their wooden paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for a roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. At least it's not a glass onion.
You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto.
The Pope hat roof? Is that what that is?
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think you and Van Zeeks' mysterious assistant should, you know, engage in using the Ferris wheel once. Maybe a few times.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Miss Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it, in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Again, you can go with Van Zeeks' mysterious familiar assistant. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it?
Up. What we got up here?
Look at the horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
It's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're gonna say next in that case. You're about to say, "Nothing ever goes to plan," aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
balloon. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. It's like childlike wonder, but also self-preservation and anxiety. Which one is stronger? I don't know.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way.
Ah, yes, the hydrogen-filled balloons. Okay, I don't think there's anything else up here. Are we sure we don't want to tell him that this armband's from Kazuma? Is a fucking apprentice? How do you think Kazuma feels? Like, no, I mean, assuming the amnesia's fake. How do you think, like, Kazuma feels about Ryunosuke still wearing that armband? Like, he's gotta be feeling something. Something for sure. Yeah, but that cross is the same cross that is on, Courtney and her daughter. So, that's her dad, I'm pretty sure. Or not Courtney's dad, but her husband or her baby daddy? I don't know. Whatever they are. Is there anything else I should show him? Having read what happened to you, it's lucky you weren't injured or worse. My highly skilled apprentice was with me. Our attackers are the lucky ones for escaping with their lives. Kazuma has gone full fucking swordsman mode. That's like his mind may forget, maybe, but his body remembers. Right. What I really can't believe is that the incident was captured on film. If the journalist had been spotted, it would have ended very badly for him indeed. Oh my god, I finally fucking got the fly! Let's go! It sounds like the luckiest person there was whoever wrote the article for the paper. I love his JoJo pose. That's a great pose. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. How is it illegal to ask you questions? Alright, I got the message, but I don't see what's illegal about me asking. What's illegal is the fucking audacity. Crossbow. Bring, bring. I just want to get everything out of the way, just in case. Bring, bring. They randomized that sound effect's like pitch, I think. Maybe? Bring, bring. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm just, you know, not... Maybe I'm just crazy. Are you gonna react to fucking anything, man? God damn it. Bring, bring. I guess not. Okay, the only other person I can present shit to is Hairbrain. Hey, do you want to look at this armband?
Ah, fascinating, yes.
In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find.
Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size.
Oh yeah, I already fucking saw this dialogue. He's like, it's too small! Too small for my big movements.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, I saw this. The day before, I took money by accident. My god. Divine retribution for the 3 cents that I didn't leave as tip. Boom, boom. Bang. Actually, I'll just show him, like, the new stuff. Really? Not gonna react to a photo of fucking Trevor? That's kind of crazy. Really? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, my man? Oh yeah, we already saw the Andrew dialogue.
Andrew!
I oil him up. And then, you know,
I just can't keep him in my grasp.
let's go back home. What do we do, girlie?
Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly, not so soon.
It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. It turns out that it's kind of hard, like, you know, being barred from the courts, because what the fuck else am I gonna do here? Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruto, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
Damn. Reserved for a drag king? Kinda impressive. He oils up Andrew? Yeah, and then he oils up Andrew to make him nice and sleek, but then he can't keep his hands on him. So what your father said in his letter about a retarded takedown is reserved?
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, in any way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Atto.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruto.
Okay, optional dialogue, obviously, but like... Hey, so like...
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yeah, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Because I'm never me without Kazuma. And, you know, Kazuma's being mean, and he's ignoring me! So...
Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look,
No!
I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then take better care of it, please.
It was all going so well until I ruined it. What the fuck else should we do? I don't know what the fuck to do. Ooh. Nothing? Brother. She's still here. Can I look at something? Or is she gonna yell at me? Look at this! Oh yeah, it's just the same shit. It's how I cope. Please leave me alone. Courtney, lady, you are sus as hell.
There ain't fucking nothing here, bro.
These stairs. I already presented everything to him, so... Did I miss something here? Oh my god, the fucking cage. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Why did they use 2 different kinds of wood?
Or, more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Yoink!
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah. And listen, the sexual tension is the same, Susato. I'd recognize it anywhere. Yeah, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I mean, we been knew that he's hiding shit, so... I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. Hold on, Van Zeeks. I gotta look at this bird cage. Oh, look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes. The wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a great height?
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon's flying, down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Well, if it caused damage to its base, then that means it fell on its base. So what the fuck is this? No, I guess yeah. Wait a minute. Show me that fucking autopsy report. No, broken vertebra would still be okay. Yeah. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Legal problems. Foreign affair problems. Well, we could do without that. Thanks for the heads up, man. Bye-bye. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato.
Of course.
Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then. Do you think we ought to try and speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. Even if he is a fucking shady bitch. We ought to find him at Madame Tispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes! Iris told me all about his latest and usual venture.
He may be shady, but he is still stupid.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Same, though. What's the matter? I wonder, is fucking Sholmes here?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
It's him. Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that that's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, there she is.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello again. It's Rinosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yeah.
His habitual duties. Aloha. Do not disturb, hmm?
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Yeah, he's striking a very strange pose for this. Like, it could be like, I don't know, him looking through his goggles or something, but no, he had to flex? Oops. Hi.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Oh my god. Susato! He's literally right there! What a fucking dude. What a fucking guy. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What? What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Herlock Sholmes.
Oh!
Oh, she's dead! Susato-san! Susato-san! I can't believe, of all people to take her out, it's Sholmes. Not even, like, physically or anything. It's just because she thought he was made of wax. I can't believe it. To be no. My most humble apologies.
I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
No, thank you.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality, which all of your deductions seem to be.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
I guess Iris didn't tell her about the posing part, just about the investigating part.
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I've yet to partake of pie. Of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter.
He's hungry. This is why he needs the rent. He needs the rent and he needs food money. And his, go-to pawnbroker that he pawns his stupid analytoscope machine to is dead, so mostly done as Sholmes' MO. Man can't finish. Unfortunate for any of his partners. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how'd you manage to solve it so quickly?
Oh, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes! It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear that the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Why'd he steal it? He's the first victim of the telephone scam. Yeah.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating wasn't entirely unnecessary?
I'd like to think not. I think he gave up because I was interrogating him. A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Dispels at all costs. She's paying me a pretty halfpenny for this. A hungry young iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure she provides most of the money in this situation. Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
Yeah. Enoch Trevor. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning.
Sounds like my kind of fucking guy.
But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data.
I don't think they would be good ideas, honestly.
If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Yeah, Drebber's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Yeah, you know what? I will present that first. Before I talk about Cosima. Wrong. Oh, hey.
Oh, Yasmin, yes, a fearsome adversary.
What? You mean you fought him? I once infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. But he saw through my disguise instantly. The disguise was just, a mustache that I put on, and it was a black mustache. So, to be fair, it was a pretty bad disguise. I thought it looked great, though. I still remember what the man said to me now.
Oh, what was it?
Whoever saw such a tall old lady.
Never mind.
It was an old lady with a mustache.
Old lady?
Indeed, but my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day again since that humiliation. Mrs. Minicule is retired.
Mrs. Minicule? I'm gonna give my right arm to see that. She's so fucking stupid. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course.
Damn. That's crazy.
So looking at the photograph won't
Be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Oh, he's hiding shit again! He's hiding shit again! Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
What? Wait, that didn't open up a new dialogue option? He's just gonna keep it. Oh, fine, keep your fucking secrets. Whatever. Except for this secret, I do need to know about Cosmo's death. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
About what? I've lied many times.
My dear Mr. Naruhodo,
Stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain, aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then
Let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
you told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem?
we met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure?
He's like, shit, they didn't buy that disguise either. I was so certain that mysterious masked swordsman would be impenetrable as a disguise. It's certainly miles above tall old lady with a mustache.
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia.
Again, don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama.
It's like, shit.
You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
It's just his twin brother. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless.
You fucking shady bastard. You fucking shady bitch. Trying to fucking lampshade this shit? Fuck you.
I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it wouldn't. I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Like, as idiotic as you are, I think you would be able to tell the difference between a living and a dead body. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. I need to fucking know. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? You didn't answer any of my questions, but sure. As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Who was it? Who? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. That's the normal price. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Like, Sholmes is like, you need to see this for the investigation, but I do also need the money. You know, I'd buy groceries if you needed me to. I do have still a little bit saved up. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. No, it doesn't tell me anything. You have that face even when you're serious sometimes. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Thank God Susato has a new fucking, travel fund. Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Ha! Who's gonna be the fucking killer? Who's the professor? Is it Susato's dad? Is it Enoch Drebber? I don't think it would be Enoch Drebber, right?
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Through those heavy curtains at last. Fuck off. Come on. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Please stop saying it like that! Please stop saying it like that. It means something else now. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Why does he keep referring to Van Zieks as a demigod?
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Who is it? Who the fuck is it? They're the detectives that are investigating Titty. Oh my god, of course the head's taken off.
Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Mrs. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. Haha, right?
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking at a little more. Now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. Yeah, that's why he said it's mostly solved. The nerve of the great diddling Stop saying that! The great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said that the case was largely solved.
What do they need the head for, though? Be that as it may. Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susata-san's voice tremble?
Woo! Woo!
Hey, a fucking shovel.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. No.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look.
Wait a minute. You know, I kind of just assumed that the fucking psycho kid that wanted to cut me up was a daughter just because of the hair, but like it could also be a son, technically, just, you know, a very feminine one.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look.
No, I think that's a spade. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Oh, fuck. It's that cross. It's that fucking cross. It's a step shovel. What are you doing, step shovel? It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, is it?
Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is that it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. I can't look at the cross. Ugh. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera, but it's so small. Aye. This is small for their standards, that's crazy. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
No. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Sorry, hold on. Is it just the real camera? That's not just a wax camera?
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
That's the real camera? What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
Let's see for yourself, Suzato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh! Do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll just put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. I've popped his head off. Oh my god! Hey, it's that monocle. Ah!
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle!
Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is...
Maybe. Why is his hair white now, though? Yeah. It's Enoch Drebber.
The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him.
Indeed it is. Oh, indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? You know, if this is the real guy, he's doing a much better job at being a waxwork model than you are. And why doesn't the convict behind him have? Why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise! So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, to deceit, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Again, I think her book sell, like, her book sales are probably good enough to afford, you know, to float you a little while, man. Ugh!
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mr. Zato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot. I kind of glossed over the fact that a body is coming out of a grave. But you know, they just cast Rakarm. He's fine. I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Which I will do after another quick BRB. Sorry about that, but I need to BRB real quick. I'm drinking a lot of water. Oof, okay, I'm back. He's taking photos of gravestones as blackmail. Blackmail for what? Here's my running theory. I think he's digging up corpses and taking photos of them for his autopsy wife so that she can learn more about cadavers and shit. Because she didn't have an option to do that, like, professionally until, you know, the forensics unit was established. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh. Well, ain't this fucking relevant, huh? Minus the dog.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. I mean, it's hardly the first fucking time I've seen it in this game, you know? Ace Attorney, this is the 2nd time in a row you've had someone coming back to life. Came back to life. Bring me to life. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. Garfield! You stole Herlock's pipe! There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow. It was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Trevor. You saw it happen? The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Trevor. Ugh. Sorry, hold on. No. Interesting. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Trevor. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted, and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Let's see how accurate that is. Like 25, basically the same. Scared out of his wits, the young Trevor ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yeah, shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair's completely white. Totally wasn't just a dye job.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yeah, what was he up to? Following the execution. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. Again, this is... this is a little relevant. This is like a teensy bit relevant. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Good. Go back to that. Dogs don't need to fight. Dogs just need to sniff and find. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in the time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
They got bored. That's just how drama works, girlie. Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave at Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him ever since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. Unless... But Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if I recall... if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I feel like that's a lame thing to have be the reason your hair turns all white.
This must be the killer. This fiend known as the Professor.
It's wearing a suit. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said. Killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. 139, huh?
So this is the condemned man.
Yeah, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine.
This isn't the French Revolution, ma'am. Sorry.
But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it too, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? They were using it for staging a body scene, probably. Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the fact of the infamous professor looked like. Wait. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? 139. Isa. Yu. Tang. Ichi. I don't know. Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. Fuck it. Okay, so this is the body. This is the body. This is the body. This is the fucking body. Okay.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing at sea.
This is from the tower. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength?
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as the big building, for example.
Well, we've seen large glass buildings recently, haven't we? And some of the glass is broken too.
You don't mean?
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? It makes you think about things you've already seen. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover that this fragment of glass here is in the waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? No, dude. Kidding me? It's never fucking coincidence. Nothing? Nothing else? Okay, nothing else. Oh! Ah! What the bleeding Norado? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I saw Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Girl, why do you still have that? You're a fucking cop. So...
Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. At least she fired a warning shot instead of directly at us this time. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so...
All right, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun.
Why do they let you still have that? Girl! Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? I found it! Found that dodgy cop's workshop! What? You found Dribber's workshop? Yep. Toby's notes took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out.
Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once.
All right then. See you there.
Good for you, Gina. You're doing good work here. Sholmes is depresso again. Hugo, don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. Someone's got to bring home the bacon. And it's usually Iris, you know, with her Rants magazine, like book publishings, PhDs. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there.
Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself.
He's so fucking stupid. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything.
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
And you're paying! No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
How do we still have money? Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. It's been like 6 fucking months. Sholmes is a wax sculpture. Well, he's supposed to be. Oh my god, is that... I thought that was a giant fucking steak to kill a giant fucking vampire. Huh. Interesting. That looks like...
Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. They're only a prototype, naturally. Oh, so you got here. Then.
Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles.
It's Toby who's the miracle worker.
Hell yeah, Toby.
Oh, I thought you lot would show up before long.
Why are you shutting your eyes so tight? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Where is the fish? I only see Chip.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in there.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're open to snoop around in there, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeek's and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
At them again. Is Van Zeek's bringing his wonderful, mysterious, possibly amnesiac cohort then? Apprentice? I'd love to see him again.
I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to loyal types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we still have the chance. And you, Sholmes.
Pardon?
They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers.
Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork morsel. You fucking idiot. Right then. Let's see what we can find in store. Find in here, rather.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government.
Bruh. And very much clearly touching it. Those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's
quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. Huh. Is this the real machine, then? No loose change dropping on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets there. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Oh, I've never seen this Gregson, this Gregson expression before. He's so smug. What the fuck?
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
Probably dead. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. I bet he's dead behind there. Is that a fucking quiver? Oh yeah, he did shoot an arrow. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of those scam. Are you sure about that? Trophy. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. What? No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. What? It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I feel like you're gonna use your Bartitsu on me and then I'm gonna fucking die. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. I mean, we been knew that he's a, he's a genius also, right? And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that one go, is he? I said something weird once. He says weird shit all the time. I don't hold it over him.
It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Oh my god. Someone's dead behind there. What does it say? It's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly, Mr. Drebber was a very talented scientist. Is there anything in here, like ashes? Does it double as an urn? Whoa, it's glass. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure.
Camera. I never looked at it. Oh, look! The cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I guess this is for later, right? We're gonna do something later with this. Poor Suzato-san, she looks devastated. Aperture. Oh, cool.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh, yes! Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
That's crazy. Poor Professor Makotoba. Blood.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Huh. What are we thinking? And what's thudding?
Oh!
Is something wrong, Mrs. Zato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too?
Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? So real. Right, I'm on the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. I think he wants it to open. Unlock it! What? What? A horse? What? Oh, fuck. He left.
Oh my, someone is in there!
Oh, this rotten, bleeding look. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There. You may enter at will. Are we sure that Sholmes isn't actually the great thief Yatagarasu? You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. I think he left. It sounded like, you know one of those, like, cellar doors, right? Like, he, like, fucked off, like, left through, like, those cellar doors that go up to the ground floor, and then it closes behind him. Yeah. Who's dead in here? What the fuck? What the fuck? There's too much shit in here, bro. What? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, rats. There ain't no one in here after all.
But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
That we know of so far. And no windows that could afford an escape routes. What are you fucking talking about? There's literally a window right there. Oh, those skylights are too high. Oh, this room is fucky. This room is so fucky. Does this entire fucking room rotate? Wouldn't it be crazy? No, but it wouldn't, like, things wouldn't land, like, on, like fully upside down like that. I don't know. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what have we here then? Gregson, I don't think that's an appropriate thing to say when there's a 16-year-old girl in the room. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal.
There was something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Hello? Like, climb up to the fucking, like, pillar? Like, the sky thing? The skylight? Escape there, throw the rope back in, leave? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. That's so fucking rich coming from you.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive, too.
Oh my god. This is a long-ass fucking street. I know this section's probably about to end right now, but I gotta fucking... I am so tired. I didn't get enough sleep. I need to call it here, and I'll probably just play through this and the entire, like, trial segment all, or at least, you know, until the next to be continued after that, you know? Oh, Jesus. I have to end it here. I am so fucking tired. I didn't think it would take, like, over 4 hours, man. Usually, Ace Attorney, like, to be continued show up, like, every 2-3 hours. Maybe it's because I was fucking around too long. Who knows? Anyways. I'll be back to investigate whatever the fuck happens in this room. I think it's a rotating room. I didn't think it would be this, this complex, honestly, this case. I thought I had it figured from the get-go, but evidently not. Alright. Thank you all for watching. I'll, like, continue this game next week. And I'll finish investigating and the trial. Maybe not the entire trial, but, you know, the first part of the next part of the trial. Alright, bye. See you all. Bye-bye.